Good afternoon. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary. And sorry we are late. It's the bug in us. This is the second day of invocations on Walter Rodney and his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Thank you for coming, especially those of you that were here yesterday until midnight, and those that were here from the Savvy team until 2 a.m. in the morning. Thank you for holding space for us. Thank you for doing the work you do. Thank you all for enabling us to do the work we do. Your presence matters. Your support matters. We're extremely grateful for that. As I said, and for some of you that were here yesterday, this will be a repetition, but it's worth saying it again. We're here to celebrate the life of a man who lived from just for 38 years, whose life was brutally taken away from all of us, and who became an icon for the work he did, for his activism, for his work as a historian, and most especially for his life and practice as a Pan-Africanist, crisscrossing the world to bring together people and to fight for the rights of some people. We're also here to commemorate 50 years of the publication of his seminal work, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. For many people, a very important way of understanding how the West still continues to exploit people in the non-West, at the same time claim that they are giving them developmental aid. It's very interesting to understand that in some countries on the African continent, the amount of money people pay just to apply for visas to go to the US or to Europe is much more than the amount of money that is sent on a yearly basis as developmental aid. The question is why? We're also here to deliberate on the question of development versus underdevelopment and ask ourselves how and what we need to do to move beyond this binary. Is there any underdeveloped people in the world? That's the question. Is it a race that can ever be leveled up? And our point of view is that the idea was never for us to become developed, but to be in that space of the savage slot and never leave it. And the question is, how do we actually realize that this is the biggest scam of all time? Before I pass on the microphone to my colleagues, Hajra and Juan, I would like to read out a few lines from the very first chapter of the book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, with the subtitle, what is development? Rodney writes, development in human society is a many-sided process. At the level of the individual, it implies increased skill and capacity, greater freedom, creativity, self-discipline, responsibility, and material well-being. Some of these are virtually moral categories and are difficult to evaluate, depending as they do on the age in which one lives, one's class origins, and one's personal code of what is right and what is wrong. So the question has always been the imposition of what is thought to be right on others, imposing religions on others, imposing ways of being in the world on others in a project that is supposed to be universalist. And he continues, however, what is indisputable is that the achievement of any of those aspects of personal development is very much tied in with the state of the society as a whole. From earliest times, man found it convenient and necessary to come together in groups to hunt and for the sake of survival. The relations which develop within any given social group are crucial to an understanding of the society as a whole. Freedom, responsibility, skill, etc. have real meaning only in terms of the relations of men in their societies. Of course, each group comes into contact with others. The relations between individuals in any two societies are regulated by the form of the two societies. Their respective political structures are important because the ruling elements within each group are the ones that begin to dialogue, trade, or fight, as the case may be. At the level of social groups, therefore, development implies an increasing capacity to regulate both internal and external relationships. Much of human history has been a fight for survival against natural hazards and against real and imagined human enemies. Development in the past has always meant the increase in the ability to guard the independence of the social group and indeed to infringe upon the freedom of others, something that often came about irrespective of the will of the persons within the societies involved. In the course of the day, we will read excerpts from this book just to get the vibe, to feel the frequency, to get the sound of Walter Rodney. Thank you and have a good day.
Good day to everyone. Thank you for joining us on the second day of our journey, and a longer journey, but the journey of these 2 days. Thank you for your presence, for your participation, which really adds to everything that we do and we offer here. Picking up on some points that Bonaventure just mentioned as we start the day, and I think some of the things that remain with me from yesterday as we moved throughout is, of course, a celebration of the person, more importantly, the humanizing of the person. Very important voices from close members also important points and facts from the history, and different approaches that move towards an imagination of a post-underdevelopment world. I think what is two things that are very important is I think it once again makes us realize that the path to freedom, the path to negate, or rather raise your voice to say that no, things are actually different, to move from dominant narratives and try to share what is really happening on the ground, entails big sacrifices, but also a commitment that carries on way beyond the human life, as we can see that in those mere 38 years, a very young man, a father with multiple responsibilities, how there was also, one also wonders when did he get the time to do all the work that he did, which he did, and left such an impact on across the globe, such that it's remembered to date. But I think also something that Rodney introduces us into, guides us into, is also really thinking deeply and greatly about terminologies and how they are formed, who they are formed for, and the power hierarchies within these terminologies. Who do they apply for? So many questions that were raised yesterday. So how do we go about them? How can we get out of this very vicious cycle, which, as we all know, is not easy to break through? There were some alternatives, or rather case studies, some of them that were mentioned yesterday. And there are many more in that as well, but there are also a lot of complications that come within. But then again, that does not mean that we stop thinking and we stop imagining and we stop fighting. I think that is something that we will see, and as we move forward today, some other voices that will join us as we move on. And I think Juan can...
Yes. So as we move on with the program today, by the way, you can find printed at the entrance and at our website. We will navigate through different geographies to trace the legacy of Walter Rodney's and how Europe underdeveloped Africa in context, various geographies and temporalities, for instance, the UK or Tanzania, with the context or ecologies of Dar es Salaam and the publishing house, but also beyond these geographies, also looking at case studies in Pakistan, or also native instruments or technologies from Bolivia or the Andes region. So while we do this geographical and temporal navigation, it will be intertwined, as Bonaventure shared, with some excerpts from the book itself to give some context or situate these contributions to embodied and performed realities. So I think that's it. We can go on with our program. So maybe you, Linghan,
will take over here, and we start the day.
Thank you. Okay, so our first participant of the day was born and raised in Guyana and has lived and worked in London since 1972. Her desire to understand Guyana's political turbulence, combined with exposure to Britain's political ferment of the 1970s and 1980s, were strong influences on Anne's political engagement. The wide range of political activists and forms of activism she encountered, particularly among Africans and others in Britain, metropolitan melange, were decisive in her rethinking her own miseducation about Guyana's race-based politics and world beyond. Walter Rodney's work and influence have been a pivotal part of that learning. Anne offers some insight into her life and work of the Walter Rodney Foundation. And I would also like to recall that we are more than writers, academics, cooks, janitors, social workers. We are basically, so also as so beautifully read yesterday by Bonaventure, as Walter Rodney's family has shared, we have many forms and names as we're remembered. So we are made of flesh and blood. And beyond our extended thoughts and writings, we're also inscribed in the memory and being bodies of our fellow peers of our time. And I also want to say that it's a great honor and joy to have someone who witnessed Walter Rodney's and who was sharing his time. And yeah, thank you for your journey. And also, just to say, like, other than the love for poetry, sound, food, goat meat, we share the love for stories. So thank you so much for being with us and sharing your story with us. Welcome, Anne Braithwaite.
I'll make a start. Thank you, Linhan, for introducing me, and I'm indebted to the Walter Rodney Foundation for affording me this opportunity, which was quite unexpected. And a big thank you, of course, to Savvy and the whole Savvy crew who made it happen just about a week ago. It is a great pleasure and privilege for me to be part of such a creative and wide-ranging project that's celebrating the 50-year anniversary of RODNEY'S How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I'm excited to be here, not so sure that I have the credentials that merit a platform place, but I'll try. The toughest job that one has is changing oneself. And in keeping with the theme of unraveling, underdevelopment, development, complex, and looking towards a post-underdevelopment and interdependence, I'll share a brief outline of unraveling my own colonized mindset and a couple of insights gained along the way. In February 1952, Elizabeth II became Queen of Britain. Guyana was a British colony. In August 1952, Queen Elizabeth's second child, a girl, was born. The first child was a boy. That same August of 52, my mother's second child, a girl, was born. Her first child was also a boy. And she named that girl Elizabeth Ann. I am very amazed at how long it took me to join the dots. Queen Elizabeth's coronation took place in June 1953, and I think that sealed my mother's hope and aspirations for me. I traveled to the UK in my late teens in the early 1970s, where I reconnected with my Guyanese contacts. And very quickly, I met people who were engaged in the political struggles of the time. I had kind of heard in a vague way of the civil rights movement in America and so on. And one of the things that I was very disturbed for a long time and then sad about is that when I would have been at secondary school when Guyana became independent as a British colony, we were taught nothing about our own historical situation, or rather what we were taught was so determined by the colonizing power that I certainly, although I'd gone to a school in Guyana that was considered an elite school, I, along with many of my other contemporaries, had no real idea about what it meant to be a child in a colony of a European power, why we were there, how we came to be there, and what should we do, if anything, about it, other than follow what we were told to do. So connecting with the struggles of the time, the anti-apartheid struggle and other liberation struggles, the Iranian Revolution, for example, and experiencing these things, I became curious about it because at the same time in Guyana, the leadership in Guyana was identified as being non-aligned and had been promoting itself as a progressive Pan-African government. At the same time, there were very bitter ethnic conflicts going on in Guyana, and I'd be happy to say a bit more about that at the time. But I think within days of arriving in Britain, one of the contacts who I reconnected with in Britain was Walter Rodney's brother. His younger brother was a contemporary of mine at school, and we reconnected, and he introduced me to his brother Walter, who very often visited or passed through London at the time. I had no clue who he was, or that he was anything other than my friend's big brother. It was only through the reaction of a few people who I met who seemed surprised and or impressed that I had met this person that I began to look at who he was supposed to be and what he was supposed to do. And through that, and also engaging with other, just attending meetings in Britain and finding out about what was going on, I began to engage with people who in the UK were working to expose and educate people about that. And so I became politically active, first with an organization called CARIG, Committee Against Repression in Guyana, and later on with many others. Most importantly for me, the Working People's Alliance support group in the UK. The Working People's Alliance was a party that Walter Rodney co-led in Guyana, and he encouraged the other people who were interested to support it. And we in the Working People's Alliance support group took a much greater interest and tried to learn about what was going on. There was also an organization called the Justice for Walter Rodney campaign after he was assassinated in Guyana. And from the time he was assassinated, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to organize an international commission of inquiry into his death, which only became successful in 2014. There was also the campaign against waste dumping in Ghana. One of the things we learned on the environmental front is that many international companies, often with the collusion of Guyanese diplomats, were organizing the dumping of toxic waste in all sorts of places, including Ghana. And we had a successful campaign that exposed a particular plan to dump waste in Guyana. I also worked with a program called the Walter Rodney Program at Pluto Educational Trust. I was co-chair for about a year and a bit there. The Walter Rodney Foundation was formed in 2005, I think. And I was happy to support the work of the Walter Rodney Foundation and continue to do so in the UK. And I wanted to mention, I'm really blown away by the work that they've done. They've done a lot with very little in the face of a lot of many attempts to devalue the work and the character and the legacy of Walter Rodney. Along the way, I gained some insights. The main one being the 500-year history of the British as a colonizing power, honing their skills in terms of colonizing the minds of the people they were working with. And I learned that the way in which imperialism and colonialism works is that if your mind is colonized, their job becomes so much easier, and that over time, the form of colonization changes, but not the substance. I learned about the importance of educating oneself about one's history, because if you don't know your history, you don't know who you are and where you're going. And that history is a history that has told many lies, not only to colonized people, but to the people within the countries that were doing the colonizing as well. And that we have to take a long view of the whole process, both for myself and my foreparents, because with their own colonized minds, I grew up in a situation where my parents would have been aspiring for me to be as close as I could be, not only to the Queen, but to Princess Anne. And although I've been a big disappointment in that department, I hope that I have some redeeming factors. There's not been a corner of the world that I've traveled to where people are not aware of or engaged with Rodney's work. Looking at what a post-underdevelopment and interdependence might look like, I'm excited at how today's generation is changing the historical narrative in Europe and in the former colonies. And most of all, I am impressed by Rodney's example. And whenever I find myself in a tricky political situation, I reflect on, I wonder what position Rodney would have taken. I would like to mention, bringing that up to date with what's happening now, one organization in Ghana which I'm supporting at the moment. It's called A Fair Deal for Ghana, A Fair Deal for the Planet. And I'll say a few words about that. In Walter Rodney Speaks, he said, "I have always made the point that one's political contribution should come out of one's principal work activity, whatever that happens to be, insofar as it is possible. The legal fight to protect Ghana from destruction by fossil fuels is also a political contribution in Rodney's terms. Ghana's history as a colony began with exploitation by a company, the Dutch West India Company, and that corporate extractivism has continued to today. Today, ExxonMobil's exploitation of Ghana is a continuation of the conditions of colonialism. Today, that extractivism is facilitated by what Dr. Rodney called the agents of unwitting or unwitting accomplices in the form of the Ghana governments, both the current government and previous governments. Guyanese citizens are fighting back. There are 6 cases in court at the moment. They have cut Exxon's permits from 23 years down to 5 years. They have filed the biggest climate change case in the world to stop 5 billion tons of greenhouse gas pollution from killing the planet. They challenge Exxon's permits, license, and seek to stop Exxon from flaring. And there's more information online if anyone wants it. Reflecting on Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdevelopment, there is still a lot of potential that I think the Savvy project can do, and I'm excited about that potential and about what people like yourselves and Savvy would be doing, inspired by Rodney's example. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna start with a couple of questions before we open up to the public for a short Q&A. Thank you so much for generously laying out parts of your life as an activist and also parts of your journey. I just wanted to also come back to the being and the praxis, the life of an activist, so to say. And yesterday, here and there, you shared some snippets, and you also mentioned, you know, the importance of coming together afterwards, convening, also partying, the importance of dancing together, and joy. And also, I mean, many of you who have been visiting us and know the format of an invocation, you know, we're all here tired on a Sunday. All you also like at home, like, you know, it has been a very difficult time, you know, in the last years. But the importance of coming together when we're tired and we actually saturated is very important because, you know, as we all know, anti-racist practice, social justice movements, they emerged out of moments of radical fatigue or like people haunted by, you know, like being tired of living conditions. And I want to think about the life and as an activist back then, and you can determine what back then meant, and maybe your activism now, because you mentioned that only now that you're retired, you're also a bit more active, you have more time to be engaged. Yeah, thank you.
first of all, going back to the activism at the time, when I started being an activist, I was in my 20s and 30s, and
Like a bit closer.
yeah, I was in my 20s and 30s, and at the time I thought that sleep was a waste of good time. I wasn't a full-time activist. I was training, I went to the UK to train to be an accountant. I was working in accounting and finance, and that was just my other activities. So most evenings, most of what I did was outside of normal working hours, which meant long days and long weekends, sometimes sleepless weekends. But whatever activities we did, and when we had meetings or we had to do a lot of fundraising, we would always, at the end of it, have a party if the venue allowed us to. And that party involved a lot of music and a lot of dancing. And that was how many other political and activist groups operated. I remember being blown away by going, for example, to South African meetings and just hearing people singing a cappella and just being, at the first time it happened, I thought it was a trained group of singers, and I was shocked to realize that, you know, they all seem to be trained singers, but music and dancing and that kind of thing was always a big part of it. So we would have that, and it seems as though today there's not so much partying as in terms of music and dancing, but I guess times and things and the way people do things change. Sorry, you asked something else.
Yes, and how your life has changed in regards, you know, to activism back then and now, because you mentioned yesterday that now that you're retired, you actually have more time to dedicate towards activism.
Indeed. One thing that I find now is that I'm not able to sustain activity for so many waking hours as I did before. But it's post-retirement is the first time in my life that most of the time, you know, when I wake up in the morning, for most of the time I'm doing things that I want to do rather than the things that I have to do or things that I need to do. And that has been a revelation for me and something that's made me, been very gratifying and satisfying for me. So although I don't think I'm doing that much, my mind and what I do is what I actually want to do. And one of the things that I do now that I'm not able to do is attend things like these when I get invited. And one of the good things about London is that there are many, in any one week, my problem is more what event I will not attend or what event am I going to miss. So I feel that I'm still able to learn a lot and to get a lot of insight from that. And that's what I find really gratifying now.
And I also wanted to just ask you about tangible structures that have been established back then in the time of Walter Rodney and what is still there, so to say. So how is the Walter Rodney Foundation, or as you said, the Working People's Alliances, how they are like still there to like provide a structure for like-minded people who want to be engaged in social justice movements?
I think the biggest gift that Rodney gave to Guyana was the teaching that he did in Guyana in terms of educating us as Guyanese about how divide and rule is used to manipulate a population to squabble among themselves. And that means that those who are exploiting us can simply fold their arms and keep running away with the loot. In spite of that, one of the things that both, in my opinion, both parties who have governed in Ghana in the last 50 years have not wanted Walter Rodney's ideas to be taught in Ghana because it spoils it for them. So they're happy to say Walter Rodney is a brilliant guy and he did lots of wonderful things, but you won't find his work being taught in schools. It's only relatively recently, as some of you might have seen yesterday, that the Commission of Inquiry, the report of the Commission of Inquiry was eventually published by the government, and that they have accepted recommendations and are looking towards making reparations. And as part of that, getting Rodney's work available in Ghana and within schools in Ghana, his work actually being taught in Ghana. And that's been said. It's not happened yet, but fingers crossed it will happen. But the party which Rodney was co-led still exists, but in my opinion, only in a very sort of limited way. And I think that the ideas of Rodney, that party actually joined a coalition with the party that was involved in Rodney's assassination because they had, I think, lost heart and lost the will to continue that struggle and lost their capacity to do it maybe. And so although they exist in name, if you were to go to Ghana and ask people about the party, most people won't know about it outside of the little sort of political elite. And if they know about it, what they know would be something very vague. So in that sense, it doesn't continue. The support group folded up in the late 90s in London, and one of the main reasons was that we couldn't get communication and information flow from the party, and we really could not justify our existence. But I think that what we did for the time was really important and pivotal in terms of educating people in the UK, particularly about what was going on in Ghana and helping them to understand the nuances, the political nuances, because there was a Black African government at that time claiming to be progressive, but what they were doing at home was not at all progressive.
I have a question in regards to surveillance, and not to stick only to the person of Walter Rodney, because as much as this is a celebration of 50 years of the work of Walter Rodney, as Bonaventure says, we're not interested in creating a counter like canon, because a canon is something violent, so we want to render something porous. But it did stick with me yesterday when we did see the movie. In the film, it says something about surveillance, that Walter Rodney was at the age of 19 already, after visiting Russia and Cuba as a student, that he felt that he was under surveillance. And I'm thinking also about now, also like another anecdote, when Talib Kweli in the Black Power mixtape, he mentioned that at the party, he did sing a song and mentioned Stokely Carmichael's name 40 years after a happening, and he was stopped and investigated just because mentioning this in a room. And I was thinking about surveillance maybe then and now, and to a certain extent, I mean, it did lead to an assassination. But how do you also, maybe back then, were aware that when joining political parties that you are under surveillance? And how is this also informing your work now, or maybe political movements at large?
I think at the time one became increasingly aware that there was surveillance. And my assumption would be anybody who is doing political work now is likely to come under some kind of surveillance, certainly in...
And to remind you, we are on camera. Online.
That's my assumption that, you know, I can speak certainly in terms of my ideas about what's happening in Britain. I would be very surprised if MI5 has not got a whole new set of people who are within the Islamic groups and within other progressive groups, Pan-African groups, I think that surveillance, I think in one of the presentations yesterday, I would be surprised if it's not increased. At the time it was happening, but the scope for doing that was not as extensive as it is now. And as we see from all the leaks that have been happening in the last decade or so, that it's my assumption that it must be. And one has to operate in a way out of principle where you assume that these people must be within our midst and that they give themselves away by their actions, and groups have to make those judgments as they go along. That's one of the things that I think insights I've had.
I want to open the floor to more questions, and maybe we gather 2 or 3 questions at a time, and then...
While the others are thinking about their questions, I will just chip in something. You mentioned the question of waste, you know, that was being, you know, dumped in Guyana, and as we know, it is a practice that still continues until today. Most recent examples of Dutch waste that was dumped in the Ivory Coast and led to a lot of deaths. And we know the story of the chlordécone in Martinique, you know, the fertilizers that were not being used in Europe or in America, but that were sent, you know, intentionally to the Caribbeans and used there, and it's led to a lot of cancer. So I wanted you to talk a bit more about that, if you're knowledgeable and if you followed these things in the past, you know, and the way people have tried to work against this, because this is an essential part of the concept of development versus underdevelopment. The so-called developed world, seeing the so-called underdeveloped world as its dumping site, you know, where they could, you know, whatever is not needed. You know, remember what happened in the 90s after when it was decided no longer to use fridges, refrigerators with FCKW, and, you know, so the Europeans went on to buy new fridges, more sophisticated, but what happened, they gathered all these old fridges that were extremely toxic and sent to the African continent or somewhere else, you know. So I wonder if you because you mentioned that, if you could say more about that.
I am not that versed or up to date in what's happening in terms of those specific things. But my assumption would wherever and whenever it can be done, it is done, whether it's actual waste or medicines or substandard equipment, machinery, and so on. There's so many examples in the past, and I'm sure if one were to talk to organizations who monitor that closely, I think it happens all the time, including people. I mean, certainly from based in the UK, the people who get sent out as experts to do all kinds of jobs. In some instances, I mean, I'm a little bit more aware, or was at the time. I haven't worked in accounting and finance. I don't currently, so I'm very out of touch with that. But the people who would be sent as these so-called experts, whether they're, you know, police or forensic experts and so on, are just, you know, regular mediocre people. And when they arrive in places like Ghana, they're treated like the know-alls of these things, and whatever they say goes. I think that we have to be alert that this is a danger that we have to be aware of and keep our eyes open for it.
Hi, thank you so much. It might be a trivial question, but it's a personal question. You mentioned that, and we were talking about fatigue and coming together when tired and what that leads to, and you said back in the day, you thought sleeping was wasted hours. And since Linan asked about activism back in the day and today, I'm just asking, do you feel the same way, or has that changed? And if you could elaborate a bit, thank you.
I don't share that view anymore, simply because I find it impossible to function in quite the same way. I just collapse. I think one has to pace oneself a little bit more, and sleep and recuperation and, you know, recharging is necessary, a necessary part of sustaining one's work. So yes, my attitude has changed a bit on that front.
Thank you so much for this inspiring talk. My question is about, you mentioned a lot of events that you attend in London, and maybe it is a way to connect also the other point with environmental movement. Is it a lot of events that you go to that kind of tie together, let's say anti-racist work, etc., with this kind of, not new, but now with a lot of fire, the environmental movement? Is there some connections that you have? You mentioned, of course, the organization that you support in Ghana, but in London, do you attend events that have the connection with,
I do, and that increased a little bit more post-COVID because of the capacity to go to places that you might not be physically able to go to easily. The link in all events I go to is what is of interest to me in terms of getting insights and being able to understand why things are the way they are today. So it could be events around history, events around what's happening now in particular situations. For example, what's happening in Latin America at the moment, or other things happening in the Caribbean. Really, it's a very wide range. It could be also, I mean, oil and gas is particularly important at the moment because in 2015 there was a huge discovery of oil in Ghana, making it one of the biggest recent finds. And because Guyana's population is quite small, the size of Guyana is about the size of Britain, with a population of less than 1 million. And that gives you an idea of the sort of land, and the oil discovery is offshore, but the fish stock has already been heavily affected by those activities. It's my view that the Guyana authorities neither have the will or the capacity to monitor what's going on. So the population really don't know. So it's up to other organizations to find out those things and expose it and inform people about what's going on. So the things that I attend are really a wide range, but around a sort of similar theme.
Maybe we can join the two questions.
Thank you. It's just a question like, as black women, like we have one feet in Europe, one feet in Africa, problem in Europe, problem in Africa. How you succeed to keep like the energy? Because you say before that you were not sleeping, you were sleeping less now you can have time to sleep. But for example, us, maybe you are in this age where we sleep more, put all this energy, and sometimes we are losing hope, sometimes the hope is coming back. Like, do you have like kind of any tips or maybe stuff that we have to avoid to be such exhausted at the end? Because sometimes, yeah, like we have some period is not easy, other period is easy.
If I got, excuse me, if I got the question right, I think that it's a question of nature, that one has more energy at 25 than 65. And you pace yourself in terms of how you function. And it's about taking the long view and looking at where you want to be at some point in the future and how you're going to get there. It's about being a little bit more strategic about how you organize yourself and your work and your play and your self-care. One of the things that someone mentioned is RODNEY'S capacity. I mean, I'm more aware of the surveillance he was under in Guyana. And because by coincidence, they ended up living around the corner from where my parents lived. When I went to visit in Guyana, I was quite close to them and dropped in often and went to the house and so on, and became aware of how closely under surveillance they were. And the house was raided several times. Police went into the children's schools and, you know, looking in their desk and that kind of thing. That kind of harassment is debilitating, and it could curtail your capacity to deliver and work. But one of the things that I think was a brilliant example by Rodney is that he always prepared for whatever he was doing. Even as a student, I was speaking with someone at SOAS where he did his postgrad work, and he had the reputation of being always prepared for his seminars and tutorials, and he was challenging the ideas at the time, but he came prepared with facts and research, so it wasn't just ranting. And, you know, the talking about surveillance and the secret services, the MI5 got people to, when he wrote How Europe Underdeveloped, they commissioned reviews to rubbish it. And to this day, you still meet people who would say, and they think they're being cute when they say, you know, his work is controversial. So I think however you organize yourself and your energy, you have to be strategic about it.
Maybe we take one last question, one or two last questions before we go ahead.
So, okay, it's on. An echoed thank you for being with us, Anne, and for the conversation together with Lynn. So you'd mentioned the challenges that the Walter Rodney Foundation has faced throughout time, and I was wondering if you could speak to us about the strategies in the face of them that have enabled its resilience, if you'd like to speak on that, but also the challenges if you're comfortable, either or. Thank you.
I'm not on the board. I mean, the support that I give to the foundation is on a sort of informal, personal basis. But I've been in, excuse me, in touch with the family for a very long time. And if we just consider that, you know, just over a week, about 10 days after, on the night that Rodney was killed, his family had to be hustled out of their house. And that was where he would have had his papers. You know, a week later, just over a week later, they left the country, never to return, and they left with 2 long hands and what they can carry. So his stuff got scattered all over the place. I think it's remarkable that in addition to his wife being left to raise 3 children on her own, with a lot of people happy and willing to help, but a lot of other people wanting to sabotage that effort, primarily coming from Guyana and from wider forces who had plotted that assassination. The fact that his wife and the family were able to, over time, attempt to collect those works and set up the foundation to bring it all together and recover under difficult circumstances that material, and for it to be available for researchers today. I've got some little bookmarks with, that people can have to access the foundations. But the amount of new publications that have come out with his work that have been welcomed, I think it's just quite remarkable that the foundation has been able to do so much with so little. They're not funded by any group or organization. Everybody, when I visited Atlanta, everybody working with them has a day job. There are people who are doing stuff that's, outside of their main activity. And I think what they're doing is really remarkable in the circumstances.
Okay, there's one.
Hello, that was amazing. Yesterday by the end of the day, we were thinking about how with all these movements and revolutions and things that it's never one person. And we were like, okay, and one thing that was mentioned, part of the icon is to make him human again. So when I heard you speak, I was like, yes, there's a lot of people, and it makes sense that we have a saying, right now we have a revolution in Sudan, and we have 122 people who already lost their lives. And one thing we say, and I'll say it for one of them, who's 18-year-old artist, is Bibo Mamat, people is hay. It's like people didn't die, people still alive. And what you just said about continuing the work of Rodney, and it's still, he died at 38, but he didn't really die. His work continues, but it continues by you and by all of us working. I have to admit, when I read his works, and I'm in Sudan, yeah? And it's a book that got passed to me as, you have to read this. You think you're a revolutionary, you need to read this. So I have a whole list of books I had to read, and it was one of them. And I didn't know where he was, I didn't know he's Ghanaian or where he's from. He was just, to me, he's so Pan-African that today the connection to a country just happened to me here. I never connected him to a country. But something else, when I'm working in Sudan, I'm really working in Sudan. And I'm working within something very small, and I'm working within my neighborhood. And most of my organizing is very, very specific and very small. And although we had a Pan-African week, for example, when Queen Elizabeth died, because we had some people who sympathized with her and we felt like something is wrong. So we had a Pan-African week, and it was amazing. But other than that, we're not connected. We're not connected to, other than from the books and from a few names, we're not really connected. So I'm wondering, were you at the time, because our time is different, right now it feels like everybody's doing their own little struggle. Were you guys connected? Like, was it more of a Pan-African? And how were you guys connecting? And were you, I feel like sometimes it's easier that I'm in Berlin to actually, connect with the people, while in Sudan it's almost impossible. So how were you guys doing it? Was it really Pan-African? Were you feeling it? I mean, especially, he's Pan-African, like his life was Pan-African, he traveled whenever. So how were you guys feeling it? How Pan-African were you? And how were the struggles connected? And were you only an activist within your own struggle, or were you actually part of others? Thanks.
Thanks, interesting. The reason that I presented today as Unraveling a Colonized Mindset is because I myself was not aware of the importance of making those connections. I wasn't aware of globalization. Of course, globalization is not new, but the forces, colonial and imperial forces, were already globalized for a long time, and they work in that way. So we have to recognize that those are the issues that determine the narrative that we are living today and working with today. We have to understand, I think, or certainly my understanding, is that in terms of the long view and the big picture, there is a narrative that says struggles are connected. The Pan-African perspective in particular is one that matters because white supremacy matters. And that is one of the main dictating forces of the way that the struggle has evolved over time. So I think it's important to recognize it as such. And I think it is that way. And over time, one of the good things about being in London is a chance to meet all kinds of people from everywhere. It was the first time I met not only other Caribbean people, because I had not traveled around the Caribbean before, but for the first time I was meeting neighbors who were Venezuelans or Surinamese or Brazilians or Africans. It's the first time I had met a whole range of people from all over Africa and really the rest of the world. The Iranian revolution was on at the time, and it was the first time I'd met so many Iranians. And so it's something that I think we have to be aware of, and that determines how we see the struggle. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much. sadly, our next participant has a flight to catch, so we need to move ahead with the program. So, very warm thank you again for coming. And yeah, stick around. So maybe there's more time to speak with you in person.
My privilege. Thank you.
So, okay, so maybe I will just move forward and introduce the next participant, who is offering us some poetry throughout yesterday and today. This is Nisha Ramayya, who grew up in Glasgow and now lives in London. Her poetry collection, States of the Body Produced by Love, 2019, is published by Ignata Books. Recent projects and publications include poems in Lodgang, a collaboration with sonic dramaturg MJ Harding, performed at Wising Polyphonic 2021 under Ether, a sequence of poems reflecting on Scotland's colonial histories in CCA Annex, and an essay poem in response to the work of mathematician Fernando Zalamea for Sonic Art Research Unit. She is currently working on a second poetry collection, tentatively called Now Let's Take a Listening Walk, and teaching creative writing at Queen Mary University of London.
Hi, thank you so much for having me again. Thank you, Anne, that was amazing. I was so kind of delighted and inspired to be part of this program. And I was thinking yesterday at the movie that was screened at the end, so many things came up, but I was thinking about Walter Rodney's internationalism. And so I thought maybe I would share with you some writing that I did recently, trying to think about Scotland, the places that I'm from, Scotland and India, and their sort of complicated colonial entanglements, and also Scotland particularly being a place that benefited enormously from slavery and colonialism, but in a very stratified way. So kind of landowners and ruling classes betrayed working class people, sold out Scotland's independence in order to make trade deals, and Scotland continues to benefit enormously from colonialism and slavery, and yet still isn't independent. There's something kind of contradictory about that I was trying to explore. So this is, and one of the things, the ways that I was trying to approach it as a poet was through something like a world ear. So often what connects Scotland, India, and African traditions aesthetically is some musical techniques, so pentatonic scales, call and response. So I was trying to explore some of that in this work, so try to listen in this world ear. And then presenting the line. And there's an epigraph from Maud Salter, who's an amazing Ghanaian Scottish artist, writer, and organizer. Maud Salter: let us suffice to say that it is the survivor of this tale that hangs out her story to dry on the washing line of rememory. In surviving, she gives out the line that a chorus might be drawn as these subjects are to more heat than light. In giving, she tunes the repetition, unbleached dresses still dripping, trade winds knotted with workers' songs. In telling, She coruscates the web, lapses flash to do undid interactions. Circus restores the bending touch. What those great men gave up on behalf of their children to find fortune in graves, to propagate unnatural names, leveraging their inheritance, don't just subsist by learning, strew the clearing with the bright lights of benevolence. Rivers, like biomimetic circuitry of extraction. Shipping routes spread out from Glasgow like the ribs of a fan. Enlightened bystanders are on hand taking questions on looting as red-cloaked nation strides past, the inevitability of his gold-tipped cane proselytized. Attending to the story that is mystified yet totalizing at the expense of counter nations, the nation to which, of course, the people who have been converted do not belong. Children must give thanks for being sacrificed. The prophets of their destitution sight unseen the story that might be better known yet understudied. The city teaches us to look up. This city where the millionaire capital passes the murder capital in the street, knocks without smiling at his own reflection, clutches its purse, the matrix of chicken tikka masala self-renunciation, conveying the fancy for imperial rule, sows ears made from tar. When Hortense Spillers says, "I'm wondering if the whole society didn't escape. If abuse became the order of the day, we must stop what we're doing and down our critical tools." Her remark is our event is the world's gravitational field. Without thinking about it, thus letting go of it, we might try to feel what it means with and without touching, with and without the capacity and liability of being touched. Invoke the vertical plane to confine the inquiry to tobacco lords and their sons or forsaken clanspeople and evictees or planters or soldiers or inheritors of the ancient universities, accountants, doctors, clerics. Notice how these images reflect and contort according to what holds up the mirror and who stands before it. How the question of a nation's truth can limit the reach of its answers. Extinguish the wall with the supreme understanding that walls are not found in nature, which is this inquiry's unconfinability, a spiraling formulation that allows us to sustain the project thanks to regular stoppages and explosions. Does not even contain your name. Does not even contain the matter of your name in sound as in restlessness, as in responding with warmth. If your name could give out, like song in flight, to the temple of truth, vibrations, seats, flocks return, blackened, sounding the heterophonic range of your names, existence can't contain your becoming. This song, a text you'd keep writing on this circle, a cymatic demand to follow each line to the ends of time. To their buds, you'd go beyond work, beyond subjugations, false friends, ship, hills collapse into red center, burning dock, buds, bridges sing back your steps. You don't go previous, you go tubes within tubes, pull through and mingle, freedom, clues. We can say back, we can say forwards, our saying, bodies, green skies, milk strike, my good arms, uncrossed, entranced, stretch, time, our natural names spoken with love, dispersed sidereally, call back to earth, worms, groove, social life throughout universe. Irreducible, divine, line forgotten, race riots, real cooperation, chorus of can't, take it, do, echo, lesson in tenderness. And then the other thing I wanted to share with you, also kind of thinking about internationalism and the world here, is some writing that was sort of written with, through, accompanied by, possessed by Alice Coltrane. And I'll just check the time. And I think Alice, in a very different way, does, like, her whole life was infused by, informed by, inspired by internationalism, her musical practices, her spiritual practices, how she related to people, how she taught, and what I've learned from her. So these are some pieces for Alice. This one is after Peace on Earth, which she played in with John Coltrane at a concert in Japan in the 60s, 1966. She plays the whole world of the piano, as if her chromatic fleets could meet the historical condition of fleets. There is no conditionality of any kind in the feel of her time. The sound of playing together, really playing together, a band all clothed with ears, fingertips, foot taps, puff cheeks puckered with ears. Improvisation demands the nth root of ears, when n is assumed to be the number of silences they've shared. The band plays into the weight of history, billowing sheets of sound, twisting history as their main cause, playing out unsound pieces of possibly everlasting sound. Sound is the possibility of sound, and may not be sound itself. Gross sounds arise and become subtle. Not I, subtle sounds are reabsorbed by the nascent state. What's insistence on open dialogue elsewhere on earth? But why? What's co-signing messages meant straight for the top? What's meant? What's straight? What's top? What's listening out for the sound of the spheres of the unborn crying here, while the born are crying here? Cosmos manifests at a concert in Japan. Why here? Why here? Why here? The audience claps in the rooms elsewhere here on earth. Sound is wherever there is desire or vibration or clapping of any kind. Strike that Om, an everlasting peace not caused by a shock, like produces like, as like destroys like, as poison as the antidote for peace. A self-generating peace that disregards the significance of time signature to overblow the precedent set by the treaty. An unsound peace for freedom elsewhere here, for most freest elsewhere here on earth. An eternal temporal disregard, for the transhistorically straight-lined, centered, falsified, for the everlasting disregard of everlasting peace. Alice Coltrane, Going Home, from her album Lord of Lords, 1971. I just didn't need. I just didn't need drone, just didn't drone. Sense organs cut through the tune that this tune could be, just didn't need. This tune takes place inside. What? Inside earworm, in indignity, strings lay down staircase, impossible staircase, finding itself to be going home, just didn't. Getting? Anyone? The sound of living alone? I found a way to be. Be home. Drone unaccompanied. Anyone? The sound of going home, super mundane and supreme. You, the harp, sunsets, blaze, harp, Sink us into ourselves. Dark wash away the lie of heart's low lights. Consciousness snail us within. Silence blaze. This tune upscales us monochromatically. What? Moon drives us on to electric organic heights. Impossible staircase, get us nowhere, get us raised up, ultra light beam lights. To going home, to stolen home, to reclamations getting nowhere, to down home, drill down, drop off white bread heights. Brave background, unscrew tune, invert ear drip, battery B. Electro-organic slide we sound, sunset all the friends we knew. Sound play with luminosity, invite light to the party. Sunrise too soon, most freest silence. Anyone else? The sound of self-inverting self, impossible staircase, a means of getting away. Anyone else laid down by lights, shot through with countersunk holes? Anyone else body bolt holes, tube lit, home having home as its main cause? Anyone else body home having home as its main cause? Snail shell, battle cry, resonance following most subtlest sound. Pour sand in ears to catch lightning strike. Trail sand through body home. Grit, glissando, irritate ear, glassworm, too late. My harp sings despite itself, squirms heartily. My sun sets. You, ooh, ow, lightning struck, my ears emit. I, supreme, ow, emanate, earwax, homing device. This out be, this out be, out be. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Nisha, thank you so much for those really powerful words and the way they were rendered. Beautiful. Thank you so much. We are going to take a break for 15 minutes and come back to a lecture by Dr. Akbar. So stay tuned and please be back in 15 minutes. The bar is open, so please help yourself. No, I'm just, hi, if everyone could take their seats again and settle down a bit, we'll start the program in a minute. Thank you.
So before the introduction to the next contribution, I will read an excerpt from chapter 2 of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. The moment that the topic of the pre-European African past is raised, many individuals are concerned for various reasons to know about the existence of African civilizations. Mainly, this stems from a desire to make comparisons with European civilizations. This is not the context in which to evaluate the so-called civilizations of Europe. It is enough to note the behavior of European capitalists from the epoch of slavery through colonialism, fascism, and genocidal wars in Asia and Africa. Such barbarism causes suspicion to attach to the use of the word civilization to describe Western Europe and North America. As far as Africa is concerned, during the period of early development, it is preferable to speak in terms of cultures rather than civilizations. A culture is a total way of life. It embraces what people ate and what they wore, the way they walked and the way they talked, the manner in which they treated death and greeted the newborn. Obviously, unique features came into existence in virtually every locality with regard to social details. In addition, the continent of Africa south of the Great Sahara Desert formed a broad community where resemblances were clearly discernible. For example, music and dance had key roles in uncontaminated, quote-unquote, African society. They were ever present at birth, initiation, marriage, death, etc., as well as appearing at times of recreation. Africa is a continent of drums and percussion. African peoples reached the pinnacle of achievement in that sphere. Because of the impact of colonialism and cultural imperialism, which will be discussed later, Europeans and Africans themselves in the colonial period lacked due regard for the unique features of African cultures. Those features have a value of their own that cannot be eclipsed by European culture either in the comparable period before 1500 or in the subsequent centuries. They cannot be eclipsed because they are not really comparable phenomena. Who in this world is competent to judge whether an Austrian waltz is better than a Makonde Ngoma? Furthermore, even in those spheres of culture that are more readily comparable, such as the fine arts, it is known that African achievements of the pre-European period stand as contributions to man's heritage of beautiful creations. The art of Egypt, the Sudan, and Ethiopia was known to the rest of the world at an early date. That of the rest of Africa is still being, quote unquote, discovered and rediscovered by European and the present-day Africans. The verdict of art historians on the Ife and Benin bronzes is well known. Since the date from the 14th and 15th centuries, they are very relevant to any discussion of African development in the epoch before the contacts with European. Nor should they be regarded as unusual, except with regard to the material in which the sculptures were executed. The same skill and feeling obviously went into sculpture and artwork in non-durable materials, especially wood. Chapter 2 of Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Thank you.
Yesterday, in the lecture, Dr. Aramzai was sharing with us about the proposal for development and the promise of affluence in it, and this idea of creating a situation where you do something for the underdeveloped or the underprivileged and meanwhile have benefits to yourself. This is, of course, as shared yesterday, very deeply connected to the colonial mindset. But what has also happened is that it has been transferred into this set of thinking, this set of strategies has transferred into different socially advantaged classes that then take the same means of helping, of creating a space, of almost co-opting these ideas of resistance or these of doing something to develop or for the progress of the people. Meanwhile, what is really happening is that it is only benefiting themselves. In a way, Olefi Tiavo coins it as elite capture. Today we have, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Akbar, who will be sharing a lecture on how local elites ensure underdevelopment options from Pakistan. Dr. Akbar is a political economist who lives and works in Karachi, Pakistan. Much of his work focuses on the political economy of Pakistan, looking at institutions, classes, and social movements, focusing on the local, regional, and global context. Dr. Akbar.
Thank you very much, Hajra. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen and friends. About 2 weeks ago, I received an email from somebody I'd never heard of called Savi Contemporary. I live in Karachi, it's very far from Berlin. And I said, must be a fake email. Occasionally you're told that you go to Nigeria, you'll get $1 billion. So I was hoping for one of those emails, but anyway. So I said, this Savi sounds very interesting. But what struck me and what surprised me with that, it was a group of people who were celebrating a book which came out 50 years ago, Walter Rodney. And I said, who are these people? Why are they doing this? And but I like we all do in this world today, we search the net, try to find out who Hajra is, who Savi is, and what they do, and you get some information. But for me, yesterday, when I was here all evening, from the afternoon till late in the evening. I found out what Savi Contemporary was, and it was people who believe in alternatives, in questions, a very large audience yesterday, poetry, performance, intellectual stimulation, professors speaking, and so on and so forth. So I got a very good understanding of what Savi Contemporary is and what they do, and the sort of people who show solidarity, like you, like me, like so many others who show, like him, who solidarity with people who are working for causes which think about how we should be living in the world, how we should be in the third decade of the 21st century, be thinking about ourselves, our children, our futures, and what that means in terms of classics written 50 years ago. I remember when I was in university, I think it was 1979 or 1980, when a Guyanese colleague of mine, a class fellow of mine, asked me, he said, "Have you read Walter Rodney?" I said, "No." He said, "What kind of Marxist are you?" And I don't know what I answered then, but that was a generation which read. Eventually I did, which read, and yesterday, if some of you were here, in the talk with Aram Ziai, Professor Aram Ziai he showed the original first edition of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and it's a yellow-colored book, which I have, and now when I was invited by Savi, I said, okay, I better read up and remember and think about some of the ideas that in the 1970s and 80s were very, very pertinent, and how they relate to our reality today. So, next one, please. I'm going to keep sort of pointing and talking about and just showing. Yeah. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit is, first, my slides are just an introduction. They're an introduction, and I'll talk about things after that. And my introduction, I wrote this earlier in the morning. I revised it last night and in the morning after spending the evening here, and I think it was very important to be here and to think about how all those who were present here, the questions that they were asking, the discussions that were held yesterday, and how one can link those ideas and then take them to a country like Pakistan. And you can say, why Pakistan? And I'll tell you why. But why Pakistan? Pakistan is, a country like, it could be like Egypt, it could be like Sri Lanka, it could be like the Philippines. It's a country which is like many others in the world. And for reasons that I'll explain, there's a lot of similarities that take place between countries, the relationship between countries which sort of exist, for the elite capture, as Hajra said. So these are the things that I'll talk about. Next one, please. 50 years ago, 1972, when the book came out, and it's very interesting that the gentleman from Sudan said something very interesting. There was a U.S. military and economic might. We called it imperialism, colonialism, different types of it in the 1970s, early 70s and 80s. There were two superpowers at that time, the Soviet Union. It existed in whatever form, and the United States. Lots of us who grew up, me in the 70s, maybe Elizabeth Ann, named after the Queen and her daughter, when we grew up in the 1970s and 80s, we had this sense of an idea called socialism. It's called, whatever it meant. And I know Berlin is just, where you walk down the street a little bit, you'll come to Checkpoint Charlie, and you'll come to what was East Germany. And perhaps the experience here was very different for people who lived in Berlin, who understood the failures of what was called socialism. But for my generation at that time, when we read books like Rodney, books by Cabral, by Frantz Fanon, by others, we realized that there's an idea called socialism. It's an idea, it's an aspiration for many of us, a form of social justice, equality. It had lots of faults. We all realized that. It collapsed in the late 80s, completely collapsed. And today, it becomes a historical movement rather than a reality, no longer an aspiration. But I think for those in the 1970s and 80s, and maybe up to the 80s certainly, we looked at where we wanted to be, where our countries wanted to be, where people should be, where women, people from different races, from different genders, where we should be. These were things that we were thinking about. Very incomplete, certainly, but these were the ideas which existed at that time. And I think the gentleman from Sudan asked a very interesting question. He asked, Anne, what about Pan-Africanism? What about solidarity? I think it was easier then than it is now. I think the sense of solidarity through trade unions. We don't find trade unions anymore. We don't, Black Power was starting at that time. The women's movement, especially in the West, was very, very active. So we had 1968, the great movement, upheaval from all over, from Mexico to Paris. It was not just, Jean-Paul Sartre and his people and the Communist Party and talking about, how, what 1968 meant for Paris. It was Mexico as well. It was a massacre of students in Mexico. It was a global phenomenon. It changed the way we thought about our futures. This was 1968. And today, 2022, 50 years later, once we get there, there's a different type of imperialism. It's not just economic, it's not just extraction, it's territorial, it's cultural, the word that you used just now. When you were speaking about how Walter Rodney, chapter 2, 1972, was writing about how culture matters, and today this notion of culture, entertainment, so on and so forth has changed so much. It's this term that now determines everything called globalization, which is an unequal term, is an unfair term, is an exploitative term, but we use it very casually. We use it as if, it's just connecting with everybody. It is that, but I think it's also extremely exploitative, something that we don't recognize when we say, oh, there's globalization. There's a term which my generation grew up with, which today nobody talks about, called the third world. And if you read any of the old literature, you'll find the concept of the third world. Today, it's the politically correct to call it the global south and the global north, because I think that's also this chain of globalization. But I think that undermines the distinction that exists, the first, second, third worlds, whatever they were, however they were defined and described. So that's changed. Today, if there's any one movement globally, in different ways, it's about climate change, about the environment, all across Europe, all across the rest of the world as well. There's this notion, this idea, this lament, this call for action, and I think that brings lots of people together from different countries, races, all over the globe against capitalism. Today, again, as I said earlier, trade unions, they barely exist. So the social contract which existed in the 1970s and 80s no longer exists. So you go to Britain, for example, where you're from, and you would know better that the NHS has completely died. Public services are being cut down in the name of efficiency and profit and things like that all over the world. So the whole nature of where we are today has changed a great deal. Collective movements are different. And then, has the world changed in 50 years? I think in some ways completely, but in some ways not at all. The same sort of, extraction, exploitation, absence of justice, the same demand for people for their own acknowledgement of themselves, their rights, they exist. But the world has changed. And I think while we look at texts from 1972 and so many others before that and after that, in that era, I think it's very important to adapt and think about how the world has changed and what development means. And we're talking about post-development and how that plays out and how that, how we as citizens today, almost in the middle of close to the middle of the 21st century, how do we see development? How do we see, does development take place? How does extraction take place? So yesterday, there was a fantastic question by somebody who was here, and he said that, perhaps it's the north, or the global north where the problem is, and not the underdeveloped world, where we need to mobilize the elite in this country, in these countries, in the West, where they are the problem, rather than those who live in the developed countries, in the underdeveloped world, in the developing world. And I think that's something that we can talk about. That's something very important. So I now move to Pakistan. And, Pakistan is surrounded by countries it never talks to. It doesn't have friendly relations with any of its neighbors, and that's saying something. The neighborhood is not going to change. The countries are not going to move. Pakistan and India, large India, have had 4 wars or 3 wars, depending on what you call a war. You know, how many people die, what sort of action takes place. 2 countries which are neighbors don't talk. They haven't spoken to each other for decades. Afghanistan has been in the news for different reasons for 40 years at least. It's existed for 100 years, but for 40 years it's become important because of the capitalist world, because of imperialism, because of invasions and things like that, which I'll talk about a little bit. Pakistan doesn't even talk to Iran. We can't. The Americans don't let you. They say there's a sanction on Iran. You can't talk. They have a lot of oil. You know, it's cheaper to buy oil from Iran for Pakistan than it is from elsewhere. It's just neighbors can, you know, give you some sugar if you run out of it, some salt you run out of it, some oil if you run out of it, but you can't. The Americans don't let you. So this is where we are in China, the great China, it's the shadow of China, and that's the country that dominates Pakistan in many ways, as I'll show you. So this is the geography. This is the neighborhood where Pakistan exists, and the country that I'll talk about in terms of development, underdevelopment, and how the elites, how they play a role in you know, keeping people underdeveloped. So the next one, please. Could you? So some interesting facts about Pakistan. It's been around for 75 years only. And in those 75 years, it's been ruled by the military for 35. I'm not sure how many of you know Pakistan, so I thought I'd just throw some facts in. And the other 40 years, you can say that, well, the military has always been around, hovering around. Once the military comes in, it seldom leaves. It's very few countries where the military completely disappears. I mean, a very good example is Thailand, where one thought that after many years of military rule, there was civilian government, but then the military came back in a coup d'etat. That happens. Why Pakistan? Why is it important? It's the 5th largest country in the world, 230 million. That's a lot of people. The 2nd largest Muslim country, again large. It has the highest, amongst the highest population growth rate, so it's growing every year. In a few years, it'll be the 4th largest country in the world, so there's some progress somewhere. It's the 40th largest economy, but in per capita terms, because of the size of its population, it's a mere $1,467 per capita, and the 155th in terms of per capita income. Germany, as an example, I thought that might be relevant, is about $45,000. So it just gives you a sense of the scale of development, underdevelopment, whatever you want to call it. And these are very mainstream numbers which I'm putting up here, because then I'm going to talk about sort of what lies behind these numbers. Another, you know, people say per capita income doesn't show very much. Of course it doesn't. It's just an average based on what the economy produces. But there's another index, again, a development index. And if you were here yesterday, Aram Ziai gave a very good critique of what development meant and how one shouldn't look at these numbers and, you know, why this is not where we were looking at. But this is where I want to start, and I'll move on. So Human Development Index, you know, Pakistan is amongst the lowest, 161 out of 191, and human development is simply health, education, water, sanitation, very basic things which you would think that a country which was the 40th largest, the 5th largest, the 40th richest in terms of the size of the economy would have better human development indicators. And it's not just that it's so bad, it's actually going down every year. So that's also, so there's underdevelopment taking place, there's actual underdevelopment taking place. Rather than a country developing, as you could sometimes you say, okay, maybe next year. But over the last 10 or 15 years, there's a serious decline. Importantly, the Gender Development Index, Pakistan is the 3rd worst country for women in the world. And that's something, you know, striking and extraordinary. And does anybody know which the 2 countries are which are below Pakistan? Anybody want to guess? Yeah? No, India's pretty okay, relatively. Not Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is even better. So one is Afghanistan. I think that was not difficult. The other is, no, Iran is actually quite good. No, Iran, there's a myth about Iran that, just because there's an Islamic law, of course there are lots of problems there, but in terms of what's called gender development, women's participation in work in Iran, the literacy level for women is very, very high. So, all those factors. The other country is Yemen. So Yemen and Afghanistan. So that gives you a sense of where Pakistan lies in terms of gender inequality, and that's amongst the worst countries to be, worst in terms of how women are treated there, at least. And I think it's important, I think as you said also in your opening remarks, does one look at these indicators and feel that, women are being oppressed because there are some Western standards that women need to be working? Women are always working. I don't know why they say, what percentage of women are working. Without women working, countries would completely close down. But I think the point of highlighting these numbers is just to show that, there is a process which is underway. It's not development, it's underdevelopment. There's a process where there is a complete, there's inequality. And the last figure, the last line here shows that 1% own about 35% of the wealth in the country, in Pakistan. And that's not surprising. In India, it's actually worse. 1% in India own about 45% of the wealth there. And the 3 or 4 richest men in India are amongst the top 10 billionaires or richest people in the world. So this is a country which, like Pakistan, is also very poor. But there you have billionaires as well who are, who sit side by side with Musk and, the other, Bill Gates and so on. So forth. They're counted amongst them. So these are apparently very poor countries with incredibly rich men. It's always men. Women are never rich. So always very, very rich men. I mean, that's another very clear gender division where how men become extremely rich and women are denied their rights and, their wealth and the share and so on and so forth. So it's important. So Pakistan is amongst those countries, like so many others in the developing countries, so-called developing. I don't see them developing very much, but they're called developing countries in what's in the mainstream, nomenclature. So there is this very excessive inequality, and where 1% owns half, a third, a fourth of the wealth of the nation. So I think the next one, please. So some more facts. Pakistan is surprisingly a nuclear state. There are only 7 countries in the world which are declared to have nuclear weapons. I don't know what good that does, but that's certainly, you are supposed to be one of the 7 countries in the world. Is it 6 or 7? I always forget, but let's say 7. 7 countries in the world which have nuclear weapons. I think there's 7. 7 countries in the world which have nuclear weapons, and Pakistan is one of them, but there's no electricity. So you have nuclear power, but there's no electricity. There's no gas, for heating, for making food. We import almost everything, all our petrol and things like that, and there's no money to buy. But we're a nuclear state. So I think that's important. That has geopolitical connotations and how Pakistan's, past has functioned, and a graph I'll show, a picture I'll show in a while, which will explain why this nuclear state is important. No prime minister elected in Pakistan has fulfilled her or his full tenure, because there's somebody else who intervenes, and one has been assassinated, 2 have been assassinated. There was an assassination attempt, I think earlier this year. It's called a failed state. It's a rogue state. It's been helping jihadis over the many years. And then, next, we have and there's this. So it's the 10th most powerful army. But all social indicators are at the lowest. I mean, this is very interesting. This shows you how the political economy of a country like Pakistan functions, where these are international comparisons. The most, I don't know what powerful army means, I don't know whether they have more weapons or whether they're larger or whether they take more of the budget or they have more control over governments, but this is a term which you can find from different, but you can see from the Human Development Index, the Gender Parity Index, from every other index, Pakistan is very low, but in one category it's very high. So, so that gives you a sense of how, and this is a 50-year graph of how Pakistan's growth rate has taken place every year. As you can see, it's completely goes up and down throughout, whether it's through military dictatorships, whether it's through civilian dictatorships, whether it's through the war on terror or whatever it is. There's no line of symmetry. So this gives you a sense of, when we talk about development, something that you mentioned and Walter Rodney talks about and others, Escobar talks about and others that we heard yesterday also, this idea of, there's no, how should I say, there's no standard way of moving forward. It's up and down, and it changes all the time. The next one is something also very interesting. This is South Asia. This is, if you're looking at, how countries perhaps move forward, maybe a little bit, maybe a semblance of growth, maybe a semblance of, better economic conditions. And as you can see, that at one point, if you look at South Asia, these are 3 countries in South Asia and Afghanistan. If you see that, because I'm only talking about Pakistan, that you see that it was a country which was supposed to be growing in terms of what we call development or growth without distribution. There's no element of distribution in this, which means that income inequality has increased over the years, but at least in some ways there was a sense that it was growing. But over the last 4 or 5 years, you can see that other countries have developed much more, if this is what development means, and it is for a lot of mainstream sort of indicators. But I'll come to that in a little while. But it shows you how countries which may have had potential at some time, where there was a possibility of some form of economic development, economic growth, that countries sort of, they collapse completely. The next one, please. So it's a country which is highly dependent on aid and debt. And all that the government of Pakistan, all countries do, they keep borrowing. And we've spoken about yesterday, there was a long discussion about what the political economy of aid does. How, can you have development with aid? If you take loans, it usually doesn't happen because you have to pay back the loans. And the loans are taken by the rich and in the name of the poor, in the name of the people, in the name of the citizens, but they are never returned. And here, as you can see, China is the great superpower of the region, perhaps of the world now. It supplies Pakistan the largest amount of so-called loans, but they're not meant for development as well. They're not meant to they create a debt burden. Today, Pakistan has a debt of about $130 billion, which is higher than most other countries of this size, which has to be paid back. So it's always the interest which is paid back. It's never the principal. It's never the amount that's borrowed. And this is a sense of countries trying to, so-called, in inverted commas, help Pakistan. And the next one, I think, which is the last one, I think, or maybe there's one more. So this is aid from the United States. United States is a great democracy, helps poor people in the poor countries in the world, but only when it wants to. That's very important. Of course, it wants to help people, but only when it finds its needs. This is a very complicated graph, so just the point here is this part over here. This is the aid coming in from the United States, almost nil. After 9/11, 2001, the United States suddenly says, oh yeah, you're our friends. We are going to help you. We are going to give you lots of aid. And you can see all the aid rising after that. And it's largely military aid. It's aid for, Pakistan, supposedly, the military helping in Afghanistan, in the jihad or whatever you want to call it. So aid is also very conditional, tied, and it always has to be paid back. It's not a gift. It's something that requires countries to pay back. Is there one after this, or is this the last one? Okay, so why are people poor? People think it's bad luck. Now, I'm an economist, so I don't think that luck has very much to do with it. So 43% of people in Pakistan actually think that they're poor because bad luck. Okay, then we economists should not exist. It's just leave it to a throw of dice. Where were you born? How were you born? What conditions were you born under? But that's a very large number. I don't know how many people in Germany think that they're poor because of luck, or in Guyana or in other countries. But for me, this is a very large number. And this is where the introduction comes to an end. Now I want to move ahead with how this relationship, and this background was important just to sort of inform you about how the political economy of a country like Pakistan exists. And it's not atypical. It's not, completely, out of nowhere. As I said, if you look at Egypt, it's very similar. Egypt is a very large country as well, ruled by a military general at the moment in the guise of civilian, dress. They have a huge IMF program. They're in debt. Their inflation is very high. Inflation in Pakistan is about 35%. And that's not because of luck. Nothing happens because of luck. It's because of social, and especially something as substantial, central as your existence in terms of economic welfare, economic well-being. And this is where we come to one of the key ideas which Rodney talks about, and where I think that perhaps one takes that forward. He talks about how countries exploit each other. Some countries exploit others. And when I was at university, we used to study Andre Gunder Frank, the dependency school, and it was the same sort of arguments where countries exploited others. I think that doesn't happen in a vacuum. A country can't come and exploit others unless they take over territorially, like in Iraq or Afghanistan or Guatemala or other countries where such coups have happened, where military action has taken place, where the US has invaded and so on and so forth. But for countries to be able to continue to exploit others, you need classes, you need social classes. And I think if we think about what Walter Rodney and other Marxists of that generation, other scholars of that generation who spoke about, they always talk about local classes. You cannot exploit, a country can't exploit another country unless it has allies, it has people who work with them, for them, and who are benefited by that sense of exploitation. And in many countries, most countries, I think the term that Hajra used, elite capture, it's the elite, the well-to-do, increasingly the globalized elite, who form a part of that relationship with capital, with neoliberalism, and who are able to assist countries from the West, from the so-called developed countries, to come and extract resources, extract people. Yesterday there was a fantastic discussion about migration in this world, what sort of people migrate and why do they migrate and so on and so forth. So that becomes another element where you talk about the brain drain, where you talk about qualified people wanting to run away because the elite have completely made hollow the social structure, the economic structure that exists in countries like Pakistan, not just Pakistan, Lebanon, Pakistan, Egypt, so many others, the same sort of relation that exists. So I think it's important when we think about exploitation of countries by countries, when we think about why development is not taking place. For me, as a political economist, I think one of the key underlying factors is how the ruling groups in Pakistan, the ruling classes, how they are in cahoots with international capital, whether it's with the IMF, whether it's American capital or European or whatever, with that capital, and they extract those resources. So then what does one do? This was the semicolon what does one do? What about solidarity? Where does one find people? As I said, the world has changed I remember in the 1980s and 90s when I was more politically active. I'm an academic now, so it's a different type of activism, but at that time it was politically active. You find comrades, you find people who are fighting for a just society, an egalitarian society, a society where there are women and other ethnicities and other social groups have equal rights. But today, this sense of solidarity has become compromised a great deal because everybody aspires to be part of the middle class. There's this huge new term that has appeared in sociology, in the literature, aspirational classes, where people want to leave their country, where they want something for themselves, the best this, the first this, the earliest this, and so on and so forth, where the subject, where the citizen has become more, a microcosm and has no longer has the political connection that he or she used to as so many decades ago when there was a greater sense of solidarity. So I think that's something that is broken down a great deal. Also, international solidarity. I think the Pan-African movement, the solidarity movements of the 70s and 80s, you no longer hear about them. It's all big powers meeting other big powers and some small powers and talking about how to distribute the world and making climate change promises but which are never fulfilled and always postponed. So the sense of solidarity, that's international solidarity. That's also something else that has disappeared and has become weaker throughout the global, throughout the world. So whether it's Pakistan or other countries, we no longer have that same sense of, connections that we did many, many decades ago. So what does one do? I mean, you can't throw up your hands and say, okay, let the world underdevelop us, let the world, let this situation continue. Yesterday we heard lots of activists speaking about their experiences in South Africa, in other countries, where we find that there are small groups. And I think in the introduction today, Hajra also mentioned how different, small, and I think Anne also mentioned in Guyana and elsewhere, how there are local indigenous groups. And this is a word that we heard a lot, I heard at least yesterday, a great deal of yesterday, how indigenous cultures, and today when you spoke about, the African music and African dance, and why is that not better than, it is better than the Austrian waltz, but why is it not recognized as such? So there are a lot of indigenous movements, but which are scattered, which are across different places, which do not have a collective vision, which do not have, the vision is to have a better society, a better, more just existence today, tomorrow, and forever, whether it's climate change or whether it's rights for their children or for their communities, whether it's fisher folk or whether it's people. And I see there's a lot of literature here as well in the Savvy Collective Contemporary about groups fighting for their rights, for their identity more than anything else. In the name of development, communities are completely wiped out, and there are those who resist, but they're also, put aside from wherever they happen to be because they're weak, they are disconnected with others' political movements. And that's, I think, one of the biggest flaws, problems that a country like Pakistan has, and I think many others as well. This is something that we need to think about collectively. How do we respond? How do we react to this sort of, this oppression, the exploitation which is taking place? So I'll stop there now, and thank you for listening, and any questions and comments and clarifications, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Akbarzadeh. It's quite helpful to see how deeply entangled and badly entangled we are. Before I give the chance to everyone else, I just wanted to also ask you something, because I think there are some very, very pertinent points that you have touched upon that we face today. And I just, as an academic yourself, I just wanted to ask you that as you speak about, one, the absence of trade unions, the other being a lack of solidarity, which I feel there's a lot of, it has been strategically sabotaged. And of course, in the case of Pakistan, with the military rule, out of 75 years, if you have 35 years, and intermittently of military rule, I just wanted to ask you a bit about if you could expand on the depoliticization of the university, especially because like you were sharing about your student days and how you were also an activist, but also I do remember that in this time period, also my uncles and my father, they were all very politically engaged, very well aware, but also very active. And we see that especially post Ziaul Haq, there was a very strategic effort to also kill student unions in universities, and we saw military presence. So one, I wanted to ask about the depoliticization of universities, and The other, as we have seen, and I think over the course of 2 days, we've spoken so much about surveillance. And that's something that has increased so much now. And I think and in recent years, we've also seen how activists have been have faced very dire consequences, even like from Pakistan, especially cases where even in exile they have not been safe. So I was just thinking, what would you, there are so many questions I have, but also just maybe a proposition from you of what could be possible ways of building solidarity, because it is something which is resisted very much so from the places of power. So how does one connect, and especially a space that builds the foundation of your next generation, which is the university, which is the school, how do we, and you know better than me how this curriculums are being changed as well. So
on depoliticization, I think it's not just students who are depoliticized. I think society has become, at least in Pakistan, has become that. And I think that's also become a global phenomenon. 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 20 years is too like yesterday. 40 years ago, you could see there was discontent even in countries, where you have, which are comfortable in that sense. And I think there was a general sense about, how to change the world, the desire to change the world, and the need to change the world. Today, if anything, it's just reduced to climate change. And I'm not belittling climate change and its movement, but I think that it's not seen as widely as it ought to be, how corporations work, how international capital works, how oil works. And we've heard about Guyana today, Exxon and Guyana today, but I think it's a global phenomenon. I think that it needs to be emphasized. I see that. But in a country like Pakistan, I do see a lot of depoliticization. And I think one reason is that when you have certain segments which rise and show that they can rise, so you have an aspirational class where you say, why bother about protest? Why bother about rights? You get your latest iPhone, try and get a visa, try and go somewhere. It becomes very personalized in that way. So you find students all over, the country in Pakistan who are just saying that, okay, how do I get my grades up, and I think grades are very important, but social consciousness is also important. You don't find universities holding discussions as you used to about 40 years ago about the politics of the country, about the role of the military, for example, or about disappeared people, something that you mentioned. There are people, journalists, others, scholars, students, who are suddenly picked up by, agencies. Agencies means, institutions or organizations of the military or otherwise, and we don't know where they go to. They're held incognito for days. So there is that element of surveillance. There's an element of fear. So when you have so much fear in society, when you have so much, concern about whether if you say something, you're going to be picked up, whether it's on social media. We've got people who say something on social media and they're arrested because of political differences, or because the state actually fears discontent. It fears honesty. It fears opinions. And the state of Pakistan, despite the fact that it's still very strong, it has a strong military presence, often does have to take notice of others who question that, who question the role of the military, who question the role of authority. So there is that, what we were talking about earlier, about the question that you were asked. Surveillance has become so much easier. It's what you write on Twitter, what you write, what you post on Facebook. Your phones are surveillance. Everywhere you go, people know where you are. You're instantly told that, okay, is this your location? And you know what your location is. So I think the sense of surveillance having increased, and I think that's rather than, despite Assange and despite others, that's actually clamped down on a lot of countries where there's fear and where there's authoritarianism and authority of the sort that exists in countries like Pakistan. And there are many which have the same sort of forces, military forces, civilian forces, which clamp down on freedom, free thinking, and at universities, when there is that overall fear of that, this is the right way, this is the only way, this is what your history is, and this is what you should be studying. This is when you're told to, how, what you should be taught, how you should be taught, where dissent is not questioned, tolerated, allowed, even in classrooms, even in universities. I teach at a university in Karachi, and even it's a very good quality university for students who are there, but they're often not given alternatives. Why does one not teach Cabral, Walter Rodney, Fanon? They should be part of the literature. And there are instructions which are given that this is what your curriculum should be. These are the books, like you were talking about. What books are allowed and what books are not allowed. So there is this sense of authoritarianism, which is inbuilt in society, which doesn't allow freedom of speech or freedom of thought or expression.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Are there, I'm just looking because in the interest of time, otherwise I'd ask another question if anyone else has.
I think there's a question there.
Ah, okay.
Hi, I'm Prakashnee, Govender. I'm in exile from the South African labor movement. I have two questions. The first one, I think it relates to the issue of culture, and I think that's a question as much for Savvy as for yourself. I think for me is how do we have a nuanced approach to culture? Because on the one hand, when you have independence, rightfully you want to reclaim your culture and assert it. But I feel that in Underdependence, sometimes we have the worst aspects of culture that are imposed, where we, for example, have traditional leaders who have dispossessed local communities, the land in favor of, for example, mining companies. At the same time, you don't, the culture, for example, of communal ownership is never a project or part of the program for land restitution, land reform. And I can speak for South Africa, but I think also, within Southern Africa, that's essentially the issue. And I think we need to have a nuanced discussion about culture and how we approach that. The second question, I think, actually relates to Hajra's question, and it's an issue that's bugged me for a long time. It's not just the depoliticization of the universities. How do we politicize the rest of the university, besides the social sciences and political sciences? And the artists have always pitched up. Yeah, we haven't always worked together, but the artists have always been there, and we have a rich culture. We need, for development indexes to be improved and to be progressive, we need the engineers, we need the scientists working together. And they are never there. And I think that for me is incredibly important. Thanks.
So thank you. That's interesting that in a country which has everything going badly for it, and those numbers speak, I didn't say anything. These are, government figures, these are World Bank figures. So they looking at their own parameters show you that development is not taking place. Women are becoming more disenfranchised. Communities are losing their well-being and welfare. One of the most, I think, thriving spaces is actually culture. And whatever one means by it, culture is such a contentious, but also a notion which one can agree on and maybe not. But it's an arena where very different types of expressions take place. The art world, literally art, painting, figures, sculpture, performances, they thrive in a country like Pakistan, which on the one hand, is based on what the question that you asked and what you said, is repressive. It's a repressive environment. But you have artists, you have people who sing, who dance. Only men dance, though, in public, because women don't. They're not allowed to in the repressive, conservative environment that we have. But you have performing arts doing things on their own as well. And often they don't need state patronage. In fact, they avoid state patronage. There are communities of people who write, who read as well. So it's not dismal at all. But I think the bigger part is the first question that you are, sort of the middle, 1.5 middle question that you asked about. How does one make that work, in a sense? You have people performing, protesting, writing, drawing, showing how they envisage a different society. But these are pockets. There's no coordination taking place. So I think there is a sense of a depoliticization in that way. The nature of being connected has broken down a great deal. I don't think you don't have solidarity in a larger sense. For example, if an artist's work is taken down because she is showing certain figures which are unacceptable to authorities, of whether moral police or the other kind of police, you will not find many artists standing up for her work. They'll say, okay, this shouldn't have happened, this is very bad, but there's no protest of that sort, because again, there's fear, there's surveillance, and there are things of that nature. So I think that's what's missing. There is expression taking place. I think there's a lot of and sometimes I'm surprised for a country which seems, as dead as culturally as Pakistan, that there are numerous openings where people create work and very fiery sort of, sentiment is demonstrated through their art, music, culture, whatever else you want to call it. So there is that happening as well. So it's an interesting dilemma which takes place as well.
Hello, I'm Fazila Bimji. Thank you for your presentation. I just had a question about what hope do you have for women in Pakistan, and what do you think of some of the resistance, like the Aurat March, and I think Women Action Forum is still continuing since the 70s.
So freedom is never granted. You have to take it. These things take time, and I think that in some ways, that number that showed you that, the Gender Development Index, Pakistan is deteriorating, that's probably true. And, I'd be the last one to say that women have a good deal in Pakistan. But on the other hand, you do have, absolutely, you're right. I mean, this also links up with the other question, with the question prior to this, that even when you have repression, whether it's moral, it's in the name of religion, in the name of authority, whatever type of authority, you always have resistance. Resistance never goes away. And I think you found that, we find, at least in Pakistan, with regard to younger women, whether it's especially the Aurat March and other sort of, Aurat March is a celebration on the 8th of March, the International Women's Day, where young women have taken to public performance, public spaces, and it's become much more radicalized in terms of sexuality, in terms of politics than ever before. That's what the lady is referring to. So you have movements like that as well. You have demonstrations, you have resistance. So there is, to say, does that mean there is hope? Hope for what? Hope for emancipation and freedom, equality? I hope so. But I don't know when it will get there. But I think all these interventions matter. And I think that's the important thing as well, that I'm at times very despondent about the political state of Pakistan, but that doesn't mean that one doesn't intervene. That doesn't mean that one does not provoke. That does not mean that we don't resist and protest. I think we have to continue doing that, even if you know that it's becoming more and more difficult. So there are openings like that, and in art and culture as well, and women especially. I think they've shown that the moral authority of men under that guise of culture, religion, history needs to be challenged, and they keep doing that. They keep getting resisted, but they keep doing that. So there are things that are happening as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Dr. Zadi. I think just, okay. I think I'm getting signals that we are really running behind time. So I will ask my questions from you later. But right now, I'll thank you. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us and giving your time.
Thank you all. Thank you, Savi. Thank you very much.
So Thank you very much, Dr. Zaidi, for the presentation, the thought-provoking presentation. I wanted to, before I read something from chapter 3 of Walter Rodney's publication, I wanted to just mention how important your presentation was, especially in relation to what we did in Cameroon a few months ago, because the title of the gathering, you know, to think about how Europe underdeveloped Africa was in Pidgin, the thing where you do cacao, na you do cafe. And basically we're thinking about going beyond just pointing the finger towards Europe and looking at how institutions in Cameroon and other places actually help in the so-called underdevelopment of their own people. So that was important to see how that also works in Pakistan. And in relation to that, you know, just a few days ago, a journalist called Martinez Zogo was captured in Cameroon and murdered. And because he pointed out a few corruption cases in the country. So in that particular case, although the government that has been in power for 40 years has been collaborating with Europe to you know, quote unquote, underdevelop the country, in that particular case, they didn't need Europe for that. You know, another example one could give is the killing of Ken Saro-Wiwa in 1995 in Nigeria. You know, Ken Saro-Wiwa and a lot of other activists that had been protesting for years over against the destruction of the Ogoni lands since the mid-50s in Nigeria, and the government of Sani Abacha, you know, killed him, you know, and they didn't need the Europeans for that. So I'm very happy about your presentation because it also brings us back to that reality. So thank you very much. Chapter 3, Section 1. How Europe became the dominant section of a worldwide trade system. Because of the superficiality of many of the approaches to quote-unquote underdevelopment, and because of resulting misconceptions, it is necessary to re-emphasize that development and underdevelopment are not only comparative terms, but that they also have a dialectical relationship, one to the other. That is to say, the two help produce each other by interaction. Western Europe and Africa had a relationship which ensured the transfer of wealth from Africa to Europe. Guys, it distracts me a bit. You know, I understand you need to have a conversation, but please just bear with us for a bit, okay? The transfer was possible only after trade became truly international. And that takes one back to the late 15th century when Africa and Europe were drawn into common relations for the first time, along with Asia and the Americas. The developed and underdeveloped parts of the present capitalist section of the world have been in continuous contact 4.5 centuries. The contention here is that over that period, Africa helped to develop Western Europe in the same proportion as Western Europe helped to underdevelop Africa. The first significant thing about the internationalization of trade in the 15th century was that Europeans took the initiative and went to other parts of the world. No Chinese boats reached Europe, and if any African canoes reached the Americas, as it is sometimes maintained, they did not establish two-way links. What was called international trade was nothing but the extension overseas of European interests. The strategy behind international trade and the production that supported it was firmly in European hands, and specifically in the hands of the sea-going nations from the North Sea to the Mediterranean. They owned and directed the great majority of the world's sea-going vessels, and they controlled the financing of the trade between 4 continents. Africans, a little clue as to the tricontinental links between Africa, Europe, and the Americas. Europe had a monopoly of knowledge about the international exchange system seen as a whole. For Western Europe was the only sector capable of viewing the system as a whole. Europeans used the superiority of their ships and cannon to gain control of all the world's waterways, starting with the Western Mediterranean and the Atlantic coast of North Africa. From 1415, when the Portuguese captured Ceuta near Gibraltar, they maintained the offensive against the Maghreb. Within the next 60 years, the sea sports such as Azila, Elsa, Esquire, and Tangier, and fortified them. By the second half of the 15th century, the Portuguese controlled the Atlantic coast of Morocco and used its economic and strategic advantages to prepare for further navigations, which eventually carried their ships round the Cape of Good Hope in 1495. After reaching the Indian Ocean, the Portuguese sought, with some success, to replace Arabs as the merchants who tied East Africa to India and the rest of Asia. The 17th and 18th centuries, the Portuguese carried most of the East African ivory, which was marketed in India, while Indian cloth and beads were sold in East and West Africa by the Portuguese, Dutch, English, and French. The same applied to cowrie shells from the East Indies. Therefore, by control of the seas, Europe took the first steps towards transforming the several parts of Africa and Asia into economic satellites. Walter Rodney, Chapter 3, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Bona, for sharing that. As we were able to experience or see in the film screen yesterday in our program, we saw that Walter Rodney spent some time thinking and practicing in various geographies of the planet. One of them was Tanzania, that while engaging at the University of Dar es Salaam, at the moment where Tanzania was gathering or forming a constellation of stimulating minds and practices together, at this time was when Walter Rodney wrote How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. While practitioners such as Shivji were also developing the practice on development issues, and also finding people like Walter Bgoya, a publisher or director of the publishing house Mkuki Nanyota. 50 years later in Tanzania, like if we look back at the state of the art or the mindset at that time, 50 years before, we gotta look also beyond and see how we envision multiplicity of words that overcome this dichotomy, the developed and underdeveloped. So for our next session, we invited or formed a panel composed by sons of Isa and Walter, specifically Amil Shivji and Mkuki Bgoya, but also practitioners curators, cultural workers like Gerard, who moderated this panel, and artistic practices such as the ones by Rehema, Chachage. So Jesse, our moderator in this panel, it's introducing their practices in a pre-recorded video recorded in Dar es Salaam. And it will revolve around something that Walter Rodney highlighted in some parts of this book, that was that the development project was primarily based, among many other factors, on the imposition or the idea of the individual or the individuality. So in these regions, when you grow up commonly with joint families, so many siblings and cousins, like the spirit of collectivity is very present, not only in the continent, but also beyond in other various regions of the planet. However, one of the aspects that comes along with the idea of being developed is also this aspiration of the individual, which was important also in some cases for other regions like Europe, but it's something that can be questioned or challenged or rethink furthermore. Oftenly, development is perceived or associated with infrastructural projects or policies, something unreachable, something that comes from top to bottom, from the top down. We'd like to think together, along with this panel, what other kinds of progresses or developments there could be from an African perspective or from this territory. So I'll move out from the stage, and we will screen this pre-recorded panel, and yeah, we continue our program.
Welcome, everybody. We're very grateful to be part of Savvy Contemporaries Unraveling the Development Complex, an ode to Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, part of the invocations for this exhibition. And I'm honored and grateful to be leading this or moderating this dialogue on storytelling beyond the development complex. Myself and the panelists will be sharing strategies, past, present, and future, for moving past the learned realities of the development conversation as it exists and relates to culture in Dar es Salaam. I would say the relevance of this is twofold. The first being Walter Rodney wrote part of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa while lecturing at the University of Dar es Salaam. And the second, something my panelists are probably very familiar with, is just the presence and influence of development organizations and diplomatic organizations in Dar es Salaam's artistic community. My name is Gerard Mpango, a writer and culture worker based here in Dar es Salaam and one of the founding members of Ajabu Ajabu Audiovisual House. I'm really excited to be joined by a wonderful panel, all of whom I would say are increasingly familiar faces on the international culture circuit, but who are also from collaborators and friends who are well-respected and well-established here at home. I will introduce each one in turn. Filmmaker and founder of Kechou Cinema, Amil Shivji, whose latest film, Vuta Nikuvute, has won numerous awards, including the grand prize at the Carthage Film Festival in Tunis. Hi, Amil. Rehema Chachage, an artist, writer, and researcher currently pursuing her PhD at the Academy of Fine Art in Vienna, where her research is focused on alternative ways of knowing and knowledge formation. I think I got that right, Rehema? In brief?
Yep, yes.
And Mkuki Bgoya, managing director at the preeminent Mkuki Nanyota Publishing House, whose titles include the Swahili translation of the Nobel Prize-winning author Abdulrazak Gurner's Paradise, titled Peponi. Okay, so we'll jump right in. When I was reflecting again on Walter Rodney's book, one of the things that really stuck with me was how well articulated the fact that this reality of development is a specific strategy for influencing outcomes in favor of dominant culture and for and dominant countries, and for incubating the sort of priorities of these countries who dominate in ways that define that strategy, in ways of accumulation and exploitation and all the rest. And so it's not a specific act, it's an undertaking. And I think one that goes on today, and one that at least in the culture scene in Dar es Salaam society as a whole, something that we contend with and navigate and spend a lot of energy positioning ourselves within, whether against or for. And so I guess for this conversation, I want to explore what can exist beyond the complex of the strategy itself. How to sort of avoid being defined by how we respond to things that are enforced to us from outside, and sort of talk amongst ourselves, and sort of be able to be intentional in not catering to something that is a factor of places whose relevance is to how we grow and how we actualize our culture is enforced. It's not something that is necessary or essential. Amil's back, great. As we're thinking about taking a participatory approach and growing collectively and having that process be the work, and sort of like building a constellation of ideas and approaches that builds on itself from the groupings that we find, and also thinking about just the nature of the development structure and how it does favor individuals and how it does prioritize people who can be pushed to the top and hierarchies. Like, how do we mark our own progress? How do we do the work that we need to do and be able to see it and review it without sort of performing progress or without creating a bubble?
All four of us actually in our respective works, we utilize works, which is participatory research. And the approach we take to researching our work, to researching the piece, the final product, is very participatory as opposed to top-down hierarchy forms, right? We're not looking for an end product. We're not looking for an outcome. We're not looking for an output. Our research methods are actually very much part and parcel of the activist work and the artistic piece itself. And that's a way of looking at development in an alternative model. You know, right now, if you think of development, what we're talking about in mainstream conversation is top-down. It's growth. It's linear. It's moving forward, and normally in relation to economic gain, economic progress. But I would like to believe that in this Zoom room, we don't look at development as top-down. We're looking at development as something that's collaborative. Mkuki mentioned the word collaboration, looking at cooperation. The collective process of working together in itself is creating new ideas. We're producing new knowledge, new forms of resistance, but also at the same time, new systems that work for us. You know, if I can use Wut as an example, that there's never been a top-down. Like, there's never been an approach where we're looking of how to go up. It's always about like trying to involve more people at the same level and at the same base, and get more people involved, so we're creating new ideas on this level. That for us, as we see, is how you produce more knowledge and you're developing the industry.
We have to be content with slow progress that is meaningful and inclusive, as opposed to like you say, playing like ticking the boxes and like going up the ladder very quickly. I think if one sees their work to be centered in the community, then they have to appreciate the fact that that work requires a slow and steady pace that makes sure, that ensures that everybody who's touched by that work is involved somehow, and continue to keep that sort of as a kind of guiding light towards the kind of work that they're doing. I think often it's not easy, because naturally, if you're measuring your progress, it's sort of like there's a certain urgency, of a of timeliness. I don't know how to really articulate that, and one can forget that, the intent of the work that they do. And I think it's only when you constantly remind and realize that this work involves, there's a larger purpose to the work, and also that you really need to allow the work to naturally progress, so that you can make sure that everybody in the community, and the community that is in essence birthing that work, is sort of ensure the integrity of the community is maintained, to so to speak.
Yeah.
Also, because this, and I know where the question comes from, Jay, because a lot of the work we're doing for one reason or the other. And
sorry, Amil, we're losing you, Kidogo.
The flagpoles of success that we're supposed to measure. So I was saying that, at some point we've all had to write some kind of reports to evaluate, or, the work we're doing. And these flagpoles of success that we're supposed to measure, it assumes that the process and what we're doing has tangible outcomes, right? Like we're in the marketplace, like we're in a factory, which isn't true at all. When, I'll speak as a filmmaker, when you make a film, the tangible output will be a DVD that God knows, even in the most commercial mainstream industry, is done 5 years down the road, right? But the intangible development of ideas, the production of knowledge, the solidarity that's built with the communities you're working with, these are not measures of success that you can see or you can measure, you can write into reports. These are not these milestones that we can somehow, put into a scale and give units to, right? And the world we live in, development world, doesn't see that, because it's not something they can report to. They can't put it down on paper. But in the participatory research that we do, in the works that we perform, in these alternative methods of development, for us, that's the point. That's very much the end goal, to build those kind of ideas, to produce new ideas, to create knowledge, to be part of a knowledge production system. So I think it's not necessarily to try and, go back to your question, it's not necessarily of moving away from these bubbles, but to creating alternative modes completely, right? Because I think the bubble itself is a problem. It's hard to look at that as a beginning and then try and move away from it. I think the very beginning of it, the foundation of it, is problematic from the get-go, right? And in our practices of work, I don't think it's right to evaluate the work as a way of looking at progress. The work will never stop, not with us or not with the generation after us. It's ever continuing, it's ever growing, right? It's moving, whether it's forward or sideways, it is moving, it is in motion. So it's hard to find, this terminology of evaluation and measuring it, because it's like, how do you measure humanity? To put it as simply as that, like you can't, right? It's not like 5 acts of kindness and then you get a star. It's not a video game, right? So it's like, in the same way, our art practices are very similar to that.
Yeah, and also process is like, it's one of those things that have kind of ripple effects. And so if you move away from this, I don't know, like attaching, so of course you can attach the work to the artist, but before the work was created, there was research that was done and collaborations that happened, and those are ongoing on their own. And obviously the work will bring conversations, and those are ongoing on their own. So you can measure the impact of the work as the work, but you're also not doing the process justice. Like if you ignore the process itself, and the meaning behind the process and the continuity of the process beyond that one artist, one thinker, or one person that amplified that process, or the birth of the idea, the place of the community that where the idea was birthed, then I don't know, it's not a very smart model. Or like a model that makes the most sense. And I think sorry, go on.
No, sorry, Rehema, sorry to cut you off.
No, I was gonna say, I think before we started recording, I was complaining about accountability with grants, because you spend more time being accountable than actually doing the work. And while as a creative, doing the work is what most excites you. And I think, yeah, some of those, these structures of accountability, they really, really rob the process out of the work, because that is what's most meaningful, I think. Amil, you can continue.
The conversation on accountability, I was also having a similar one the other day. It's who are you accountable to, right? We see ourselves accountable to the society, to the people, the work that we're doing it for, the work that it's about. But in these systems of development, you're accountable to the donors, and they're the ones who want you to, and they can only know through measurement and evaluation, and their sources and systems of measurement don't make any sense to the work we're doing, because we don't consider ourselves accountable to anyone else but the people, which is ongoing, ever going, right? And we're social critics. We're looking into inwards. We're looking at our societies, and we're having conversations with our societies, not at our societies. You know, we're not social psychophants. We're not, because, you know, when you look at these measuring systems, the very foundation of it is that you're looking at something that already has a problem, right? That's the language that's used. There's a problem and you're going in to fix it, which is extremely problematic, right? It's why are we looking at societies saying that they have problems? What society doesn't have a problem? What country or people don't have a problem? But the point is to have conversations and to collaborate and to create a system where you're able to actually participate with the communities that you're working with, right? And that's about creating solutions together and being able to critique it together. But when you put in these systems of measuring, then you're starting with the point that there's something wrong, and these are the A, B, C, D, E, F that are wrong. And here's the A, B, C, D, E, F solutions and the A, B, C, D, E, F outcomes. Which no society works like that. You know, human beings don't work like that. It's not a mathematical equation, you know.
Yeah, it becomes a very performative process then, because you have to be accountable in very defined terminologies also. Like accountability comes with terminologies, because funding has to always go with certain terminologies.
Right.
And while we are performing some of these terminologies, like decolonizing, I think many of us have been decolonizing for years before we were told that we were decolonizing. Like it just, it becomes performative. And I think obviously organizations or artists that need funding will have to play, like, you know, to perform along. But I think maybe many of us are conscious that it's just a performance. And I don't know if many people are actually buying into the performance or not, but I think the proposition that maybe we need to sort of redefine what impacts means within processes of working is a great proposition. Yeah.
And of course, you know, and sort of constantly preoccupy ourselves with ways to form alternative structures and support systems for you know, cultural and societal kind of work, because particularly as, you know, being members of the society, you know, ourselves, And I think that's, I don't know how much work or effort we put into finding these alternative models that would help to sustain our work. Because I mean, we have struggled with that, and I think you know, we don't really understand funding very well. We don't understand the ways, you know, like the terminologies and the things that you have to do. We don't know how to apply one of the things. You know, and as a result, we just sort of like constantly have to figure out, you know, just sort of like ways to survive outside of that structure, you know. But we're not really anywhere close to really figuring any of this out. And yes, you know, like how do you measure books in, like, you know, a 3-year program or a 2-year program, the impact of literature, or I mean, it's just so it's basically impossible, as Amil
you know, also if we take a step back and we look at, and really I don't mean to romanticize the past whatsoever, but theater, participatory theater in Tanzania in the 80s and the 70s, mobile cinemas in the 70s and the 80s, even all the way from the early 60s, these were people-centered, human-centered, not output-centered, right? And this was participatory form of art. Tanzania is well known for its theater community and its theater practices. Think about the village troops that were moved from village to village, performing, not for some donor reports, but actually because there was a story to be told. There was a political ideology. There was a human-centered ideology that was at the very crux of things, right? Now, not to say like drop everything and let's go back to the old systems, but you know, the attack of our economies, the neoliberal agenda, has completely individualized all our arts, right? So this comes back to the artist. So like, as an individual, you're told, you know, the grant system, the donor money, it favors the individual. As an individual, you will develop economically quite fast, or very fast, and you go up the chain, and you've become now one of the outputs to be measured, right? 477 people can now read Mkuki books. 37 people attended the cinema screening, etc. Right? You become an output because it favors individual, but not the community, not the collective, not to a point where the collective or the community can create its own art ongoing, you know? So these alternative models that we want to create within this neoliberal system, it won't exist because the entire system is attacking it, right? It favors the individual, and one by one we're picked off. So I think there's some benefit in looking at the systems that worked prior to this, and like, how did they work? How did they maintain themselves? I mean, yes, they were state funded, which is more problematic now than then. So it's about maybe picking parts of it that works for us and seeing what we can do with it. And I honestly, across the continent, something that I see that's very strong are collectives, people getting together, artists of different disciplines, pulling in the resources and working together. And it's, as Mkuki said, it's a much slower, you know, process than anything else, but there is integrity to it.
Yeah. No.
So maybe the project is not to reject because the words are already with us. They are living with us, but rather to redefine what words like development, impact, sustainability, etc. mean to us. Like, without looking at what we are told they should mean, but rather redefine completely what they mean to us. That's like,
thinking about value systems and teachings and legacies. Like, has that kind of thinking ever been present in your work or formalized in your work?
I can share something. I don't have a manifesto. I don't do manifestos, but I've been toying around with the idea of togetherness, or being together, but like a really non-hierarchical coming together where there's an exchange. There's not necessarily a teacher and a student or mentor-mentee, where it's about generosity. Like I keep thinking about, it's inspired by my grandmother's kitchen space, actually. So I keep thinking about spaces like the kitchen space and how, like, I think what's leading is generosity and not competition or egos. And it's about sharing and about learning together and growing together and seeing how that can kind of function as an alternative infrastructure, and especially within the arts, where the sort of the main models teach us that it has to be about like a one-person pursuit, a successful CV, and about chasing the market and etc. And I haven't gotten very far, but it's something that I'm thinking deeply about and that I'm like very, very interested with, because it goes back to what we know growing up, right? It's like within our community, it takes what do they say? It takes a village to raise a child. Like there's always like teachings that have taught us that somehow we move together, we move far together and never alone. And so I don't know. That's my the one. I don't. Maybe there will be a manifesto one day, but not yet. But but I'm very like interested in that idea.
Nice. Yeah, maybe to just in some ways it's I think it's you reminded me of something that I've the past year and a half I've been thinking about a lot. At our publishing house, obviously it's a small publishing house, and in many ways family like. In the way in which we interact within the publishing house, and also because it was actually like founded by, I'm second generation, so there's that family aspect. But obviously there's no manifesto, but something that we have been thinking about, is how do we institutionalize the publishing house, so that it goes eventually beyond being, a family business, and somehow, the publishing house becomes something that is public in some ways. I don't know what kind of model that then becomes, because and this is something that we've been thinking about, because we're now over 40 years old, and we were just celebrating our 40th anniversary last year, and so some of these things, some of these thoughts started coming up. So okay, so what is the 40-year or like an 80-year, like another 40 years, beyond, what do they look like? And all this work that has been done over the years, because publishing houses incubate a lot of like works that need to essentially, like we were talking earlier, like books need to outlive human beings, so we have to measure that impact, or to measure their utility, or their contribution in very, very, in non-human, years. And so naturally a publishing house as well, has to be looked at in that way. Okay, so what are ways that eventually this place becomes something that the public really owns, whether that starts with employees, like people who work here, and then becomes public. I don't know what face that, or what model that ends up being, but that is something that we have been thinking about, recently, because, it's for this work to mean anything, it really needs to go beyond, just Mkuki and his father, and etc. So when Rehema, you reminded me, and obviously, like I said, there's no manifesto, there's nothing that really has, but it's kind of like things that we've been sort of discussing and thinking about, and like trying to figure out what would that look like, in the foreseeable future. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to what both Rehema and Mkuki have said, I love manifestos. And I haven't written one. Well, I've written like probably several, but I think they're all lost. My philosophical approach to filmmaking and to the arts has always been the principles of third cinema. It's what I fell in love with. It's what got me into filmmaking. And although at the risk of sounding archaic, I think it's very relevant today because of its principles of anti-imperialism and anti-colonial thought. Right now, all you hear about is decolonizing, decolonizing, decolonize this. But I mean, we've been working by these standards and principles ever since the beginning because our very existence is an act of resistance. Mm-hmm. The way we think is resisting this colonial thought, right? So it's sexy now to talk about decolonization, but these are systems that have been in place in our work, in our language, in our vocabulary, in our thought process for a very long time. And it's not just us, but the generation before us that imbibed us with this, right? So the principles of third cinema, I feel, are very relevant, and not only in terms of production, but in terms of exhibition, in my teachings, in my curation. It grounds me, and it anchors me. And, especially at a time now where it's so easy to get lost. And in your practice, it's so easy to get lost in ideas and in conversations. I think the principles of third cinema, it brings you back to what the very point of the work is, and you read those articles, you go back and watch those films, and these were filmmakers that were going through very similar struggles that we're going through right now. I mean, many of them nearly got co-opted into the systems of exhibition that exist in the West, right? Someone like Usman Sembène, who we consider the father of African cinema, was a god in New York. They loved him in the Western theaters. They would bring him there and they would treat him with royalty, right? And it gets so easy to get co-opted into those systems, which is right now the same case through neoliberalism, except those agencies are now here. And you get co-opted within your territorial ground, but with a different ideology. So it's a nice reminder, reading about principles of third cinema. It's a nice reminder to as the work you're doing, why you're doing it, and what you're doing it for. So that's my manifesto.
All right, guys.
Sorry, I wanted to share one last thing that I think would be nice to think through as a manifesto way of working, that art has to we have to find a way, at least in Dar es Salaam, in the context of Dar es Salaam, for art to exist beyond the confines of an institution. Like, it has to go back out into the communities, because historically that's where artistic activations have always come from. And I think the expectation that, art can only be experienced in this little institution, I think it's just a model that doesn't work for us. Maybe that's something else we could toy with, creating a manifesto for one day, that art belongs to.
Where are these spaces anyway?
I know.
So we might as well march on and just forget them, because they're not even existing anyway. Where are they? They're like a handful of spaces. So it really is.
Part of the long line of things in development thinking that you have to wait to happen before you can actually do something about. Not an effective way of thinking. I thank you guys for your time and for your thoughts. Really, really, and also deeply appreciate all of your work in your separate spheres. And yeah, I mean, to sort of summarize, I think conversations like this, as performative as they can be, when they're amongst people that I'm familiar with and who exist within the same context and within the same sort of areas of thought, they are always learning experiences. And so thinking about participation, thinking about the line between knowing how to use something and understanding it, and thinking about the value of institutions with you guys has been, even in the short time that we've had, really valuable. So thanks a lot. And I hope you have a good rest of the evening. And Amil, maybe you can get started on that manifesto.
We'll be waiting.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much. And I think it's also the right moment to say shout out to the tech people that make these events possible, that film, that do sound, that do the streaming. We very much appreciate all you do. Thank you very much. So before Sagal comes up to introduce Carlo, I'll read the last excerpt, this one from chapter 4 of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. Hypothetical questions such as, what might have happened if, sometimes lead to absurd speculations. But it's entirely legitimate and very necessary to ask what might have happened in Barotseland, southern Zambia, if there were not generalized slave trading across the whole belt of Central Africa, which lay immediately north of Barotseland. What would have happened in Buganda if the Katangeze were concentrating on selling copper to the Baganda instead of captives to Europeans? During the colonial epoch, the British forced Africans to sing, "Rule Britannia, Britannia rule the waves, Britons never, never shall be slaves." The British themselves started singing the tune in the early 18th century at the height of using Africans as slaves. What would have been Britain's level of development had millions of them been put to work as slaves outside of their homeland over a period of 4 centuries? Furthermore, assuming that those wonderful fellows could never have been slaves, one could speculate further on the probable effects on their development had continental Europe been enslaved. Had that been the case, its nearest neighbors would have been removed from the ambit of fruitful trade with Britain. After all, trade between the British Isles and places like the Baltic and the Mediterranean is unanimously considered by scholars to have been the earliest stimulus to the English economy in the late feudal and early capitalist period, even before the era of overseas expansion. One tactic that is now being employed by certain European, including American scholars, is to say that the European slave trade was undoubtedly a moral evil, but it was economically good for Africa. Here, attention will be drawn only very briefly to a few of those arguments to indicate how ridiculous they can be. One that receives much emphasis, that African rulers and other persons obtained from Euro commodities in exchange for their captives, and this was how Africans gained quote-unquote wealth. This suggestion fails to take into account the fact that several European imports were competing with and strangling African products. It fails to take into account the fact that none of the long lists of European articles were of the type which entered into the productive process, but were rather items to be rapidly consumed or stored away uselessly. And it incredibly overlooks the fact that the majority of the imports were of the worst quality, even as consumer goods. Cheap gin, cheap gunpowder, pots, kettles full of holes, bits, and other assorted rubbish. Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, an excerpt from chapter 4. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Bonaventure for this reading. I'd like to take a moment to ask you all to create a bit of an intimate space. So if you would like to move a little bit closer, for those of you who can, there are some spaces available in the front. So please move a little bit closer for the next performance. Thank you. I had a brief conversation. Many of you know Savi for a long time, and these invocations have been with us since 2016, and in that, it's always been intensive programs, long days, almost sort of in an environment where the space itself is breathing. So people arriving and people leaving, and in that, the inhalation is no less important than the exhalation. And I was speaking with Carlos, our next performer, about breath earlier, because he comes from La Paz in Bolivia, where you have the Bolivian highlands, the high altitudes. And we were speaking about the fact that if you live in that altitude, then your lungs are naturally accustomed to thinner air. So as someone who's now about to perform for us with, amongst others, the pan flute, I would like you to welcome Carlos Gutiérrez Quiroga with his sound performance, Interlocked Territories, and take into account the breath of life. Thank you.
So, I mean, technically our cells should be called nickel.
Nickel graphite.
Yeah, exactly, nickel graphite, because the primary constituent in the cathode is, or in the cell as a whole, is nickel. And then on the anode side, it's graphite with silicon oxide. So, and then there's a little bit of lithium in there, but it's kind of like it's like the salt on the salad. You know, it's really not the, you know, it's a small percentage of the mass. It's still important to avoid supply constraints and to make sure that the tail doesn't wag the dog on cost. But it's the main determinants of the cost of the cell are the price of nickel in the form that we need it, and there's a little bit of cobalt and some aluminum, and then the cost of the synthetic graphite with the silicon oxide coating.
Hay un cierto deleite popular en imaginar el mundo moderno en ruinas. Pero, ¿qué pasa si vamos más allá de la imagen de ciudades atomizadas para imaginar no lo que deja de ser, sino lo que se crea al final del tiempo humano? Nuestro legado permanente no será arquitectónico, sino químico. Después de que estalle la última presa, después de que los monolitos de hormigón se desmoronen en el polvo seco y plano, la modernidad dejará una huella química en todo. Desde los desechos radioactivos hasta el carbono atmosférico. Este trabajo será abstracto, no figurativo.
será. No, no es un sueño, lo sé. Es demasiado real. Puedo sentir en mi alma la prueba más firme de amor de verdad. Electricidad. Cuando tú me miras, algo sobrenatural, una sensación que me fascina. Electricidad. Cuando tú respiras, algo que hace vivir.
Vamos a transformar a Bgoya en una gran empresa social comunitario que convoque a la unidad, al desarrollo y al progreso. Vamos a potencializar la economía de nuestros hermanos yungueños.
Pero llega hasta mí con total claridad. Pero si fuera que no, que me engañaste y caí, mejor morir en la arena, merece la pena arriesgarse por ti. No, no es un sueño, lo sé, es demasiado real. Puedo sentir en mi alma la prueba más firme de amor de verdad.
Hello, hello. Okay, we're on. Wow, Carlos, muchas gracias. Thank you for this very powerful, powerful performance. And before we move into our final act of the night with Juba, we would like to invite you to eat with us. We have a lot of delicious Tunisian food left by donation. And in around 15, 20 minutes, Juba will join us for a DJ set. So thank you.